You should be coming up first. All right, morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order. It's 8:48 a.m. Today is January 13th, 2026. And we're starting a little early this morning so we can address some of our revocation proceedings. So we are at Claiborne Parish Detention Center. My name is Cheryl Renatza, serving as chairman of today's panel. My colleagues today are Mr. Chuck Tillis to my left, Mr. Pete Freeman to my right. And we have Mr. Buggage. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Good. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
My name is ALVIN BUGGAGE. My DOC number is 498988.
All right, Mr. Buggage, and you're here for a revocation decision. And do you have any paperwork there with you?
I never got in contact with my parole officer to get my bill of particular.
Okay, well, let me just ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
Can you read and write, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand the allegations against you?
The allegations that I
Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to let you tell me, explain it in
Okay.
a minute. I just need to know, do you understand them? There you go. You see
Yes,
that piece of paper there on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature at the bottom dated November 7th, 2025?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was presented to you before your preliminary hearing, and based on the information there, you're not eligible for us to appoint you a lawyer. So are you ready to proceed this morning without a lawyer? Or do you want to hire a lawyer?
Could I?
You can hire a lawyer.
All right. And then I would like to hire a lawyer.
So you want to continue this and you're going to go hire a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that means we won't be having your hearing today to give you time to go hire a lawyer. We'll reschedule.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to, if there are no objections from the panel members, I think we have to afford him the opportunity to hire retained counsel. So my vote today would be to continue until such time as he tells us he has retained counsel. Mr. Tillis.
I concur with.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur.
All right, so we're going to continue now. It's up to you to let us know when you get the lawyer.
Okay.
All right.
So I have to write y'all?
Yes. Or you can have somebody at the facility call us and tell us.
Okay, I have one more question. I go to trial next month. So if I beat my charge, do I still come before the board?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. I was just asking.
All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is now in St. Landry Parish. Let me ask the officer there, ma'am, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Lieutenant Sharika Albert.
Thank you, Lieutenant Albert, for helping us out today. We have Mr. Dargin. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. How you doing, MICHELE RAMIREZ?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Would you tell us your DOC number?
393863.
All right, and we're here for a revocation decision this morning, and we have, let me ask you a few questions, Mr. Dargan. Before we get started, I want to ask you some questions because you refused to answer these questions earlier when you were offered the opportunity for a preliminary hearing. Have you been treated for mental illness in the past 5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently taking medication for a mental disorder?
No, ma'am. Now that I'm incarcerated, no, ma'am.
All right, can you read and write?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand the parole violation charges against you?
No, ma'am. Not exactly.
Do you want to speak on your own behalf?
I requested attorney.
I'm going to address that in just a moment.
Okay.
Do you own any property?
Ma'am?
Do you own any property?
No, ma'am.
All right, you did write us a letter.
Yes, ma'am.
Asking saying that by law we have to appoint you appointed counsel.
Yes, ma'am. I asked for appointed counsel.
Right, and based on the information that I have, you are not eligible for appointed counsel based on the Supreme Court guidelines. I did read the law that you cited and all of that, but you do not qualify for us to appoint you a lawyer. Now,
Okay.
you can retain a lawyer. You can go hire your own attorney if you'd like to do that.
Did you receive the letter that I wrote stating
I
that?
did. Yes,
Ma'am?
and that request is denied. You can hire a lawyer if you choose to do so.
Yes, ma'am.
You want to hire a lawyer?
I'm sure I wanted to ask you, did you receive the letter that I wrote to you about
I did.
about
Yes, my question to you is, do you want to hire a lawyer?
ma'am,
Or do you want to proceed?
I would like to hire an attorney.
So that means that you go hire you a lawyer. We're not going to have your revocation hearing today. Once you have retained a lawyer, you let us know when that lawyer is ready to proceed with this process.
MICHELE RAMIREZ.
You will remain in jail until that time happens.
MICHELE RAMIREZ.
No.
I'm not even on parole, ma'am.
Yes, you are, sir.
Sir, I mean, ma'am, I'm not even.
Your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. I think we'll go ahead and proceed, Mr. Freeman.
Okay,
And let me acknowledge that we have the officer here.
right, we have Mr. Glenn Stevens. I'll give it to you, Mr. Stevens, at the proper time. I'm gonna read the alleged violations against you. You're to plead guilty or not guilty with or without a statement, and we'll go through them as we go. It is alleged that the parolee engaged in criminal activity on or about July 22nd, 2025 by being in possession of alcohol, amphetamines, and marijuana. Agent Glenn Stevens submitted testimony and a narrative indicating that he spoke with Beacon Behavioral Health on August 13, 2025, and the offender tested positive for alcohol, amphetamines, cocaine, and THC on July 22nd, 2025. How do you plead to that charge?
Okay.
How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay. Do you want to make a statement?
Yes, sir. I would like to make a statement
Go ahead.
that I was arrested in October of 25. I was arrested October 28, and we're talking about a drug screen that I supposedly failed in July.
Mm-hmm.
So when I failed it, I did test positive. When I tested positive in July, I checked. I was going to an intensive outpatient program
Okay.
that I went to on my own admission.
All right.
No parole officer sent me there. No judge sent me there or none of that. I went on my own admission trying to battle my own addiction. So when I failed that drug screen, I checked myself out of that program and checked myself into an intensive inpatient program.
Okay,
When I did that, I informed Mr. Glenn of my of what I did, and he was okay with that. I passed the drug tests in the 2 months following, you know, and when I left out of that program, I checked myself back into Beacon behavior to still try to better myself.
okay.
And that's
So
where I was arrested at with Mr.
Okay.
Glenn and the hearing
About,
officer.
what was the behavior, the inpatient place?
It was one in Monroe called New Horizons, sir.
New Horizons. Okay, got that one down. Let's go on to the next. 4B, it is alleged that Parole was again involved in criminal activity on or about September 23rd, 2025 by the commission of second-degree robbery, felony theft of a motor vehicle, simple battery, and resisting an officer. Agent Glenn Stevens submitted a parole warrant and arrest warrant with the affidavit from the Sunset Police Department. How do you plead to that charge?
I cannot plead in part.
Plead what?
I'm not guilty of no second-degree robbery, sir, and no theft of a movable.
Okay,
But the flight, I would, yes, sir. The misdemeanors, I would consider I would plead guilty to that, sir.
okay. Thank you. All right, let's go to 4C. It is alleged that between the dates October 28, 2025, November 4th, 2025, the parolee engaged in criminal activity by being in contact with the victim of his pending charges. Agent Gunn Stephen provided testimony that on November 4th, 2025, he spoke with the staff at St. Landry Parish Jail concerning parolee's phone usage. To comments from the parolee that indicated that he was having contact with the victim. The jail phone records were pulled, showed 44 telephone calls made from the jail to the victim between periods of time. Agent Stevens testified that he listened to a portion of all of the recordings and confirmed that all 44 recordings were either a direct contact with the victim or an attempt to make direct contact with the victim. Agent Stevens further stated it was confirmed with Assistant District Attorney Glenn Marcantel through a conversation that there was a no contact with the victim ordered at the 72-hour hearing. How did you plead to that charge?
Not guilty, sir.
Okay, you never talked to her on the phone or
At her request, I did, sir. Yes, I've talked to her on the phone. That's my girlfriend, sir. My fiance.
okay, at her request, you talked to her. Do you remember getting the no contact order when you had your 72-hour hearing?
No, sir.
All right, let's go on to 4D. It is alleged that the parolee again engaged in criminal activity on or about November 4th, 2025 by committing an assault or intimidating a witness. Agent Glenn Stevens played a portion of a jail telephone recording from November 4th, 2025 for 2 minutes and 15 seconds to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. In the recording, it is heard where the parolee states that the victim ever comes in my arm reach, I'm going to kill you. Agent Stevens then played a portion of the jail telephone recording for November 4th, 2025 from 5 minutes and 35 seconds to 5 minutes and 55 seconds. In this recording, it is heard where the parolee states, I'm going to kill you, you effing daughter bitch, your dog bitch, Mona bitch, and y'all bitch. Now take that to them, bitch. Agent Stevens then played a portion of the jail recording from November 4th, 2025 for 9 minutes, 20 seconds to 9 minutes and 32 seconds. In the recording, it is heard that the parolee states, you ain't shit, bitch. Bitch, I wish I could grab your bitch ass right now. I'll F you up, bitch. Ass up. Did you make those telephone calls?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you call her all of those names and threaten to harm her?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, why is it on the recording?
Sir, did you hear the whole phone calls or just those portions that you read?
No, sir, I listened to the whole phone call.
All 44 calls?
No, I listened to the one where you did all this threatening.
And you didn't so you didn't listen to the 44 phone calls?
No, I didn't. I think I had enough with this one.
Mr. P. Freeman, I can only talk to this woman that you calling a victim. I can only talk to my girlfriend or my fiance is if she puts money on the phone. I'm incarcerated. I cannot put no money on the phone to speak with her unless she does that. So
Okay.
I don't think I'm in violation of talking to my girlfriend, and I don't know how you get along with your wife or whatever, but that is just how me and my wife get along. Me and my fiance get along. We laugh and talked at the end of that conversation and told each other how much we love each other and how this situation is really tearing us apart. And did you hear any of that, Mr. P?
Yeah, I heard some of that.
Okay, and well, I ask that you put that in record also with the curse words and the 40. If you would have listened to the 44 phone calls, sir, you would have also heard that that's how we get along, and
Okay.
And that's how we express our love in our household.
All right. Well, I know the agent.
We've been together.
We've
Been together for.
Get to him in just a second.
We've
Okay,
been together. We've
how
been
long?
together. I said we've been together for quite some time now, and nobody's hurt anybody, and that's
Okay,
how that's how we get along. And
how long y'all been together?
we've been together. We've been best friends for about 5 years. Been together maybe 3. So
Okay.
that's how we get along. And no one has gotten hurt or killed so far, or as of yet.
Okay, hopefully nobody does. Okay. All right, let's move on to number 10. It says you didn't pay your supervision fees. How do you plead to that charge?
I'm not even on parole, sir. Can we talk about that, please? Mr. Chuck, Miss Cheryl, anybody? Can we talk about that? I'm not even on parole, please. Before we
have a hearing and you were detained and
I'm not even on parole. Can we
parole
please
expiration
discuss
date.
that?
We got paperwork that says you're on till the 28th.
Sir, I'm not, sir, listen, hold up. Can I please
I'm
talk?
not argue about your parole because that's not my.
I'm saying you asking, how can I fight my situation? I'm not even on parole. We trying to violate and revoke something I'm not even
take
on.
that up the other.
Can you hear
Okay.
me? Can anybody
Let's move
hear
on.
what I'm
Number
saying?
10, did you pay your fees?
Sir,
Did you pay your fees?
I'm not on a parole to
Okay,
pay
so you
fees
didn't
for,
pay your
sir.
fees. Didn't pay. All right, you had a curfew. Did you abide by your curfew?
I'm not even on parole, bro.
All right, okay, so. All right, Mr. Stevens, would you like to add anything?
You never even let me talk, sir.
Whoa, you just told me you're not on parole and I asked you for your answer.
Well, I'm trying to let you know, I'm trying to show you how I'm not on parole. I have the facts right here.
That does not concern me. I'm not Tom.
How you not concerned with the facts that I'm not on parole? You are on the parole board as you, sir. You are
I'm not
on the
arguing.
parole
That's
board.
enough. What you got to say, Mr. Cut him off? What do you have to say, Mr.
How can
Steve?
you not hear the facts that I'm not even on parole?
I'd just like to add that Mr. Dargion testified that he attended Beacon outpatient on his own volition. I just want to clarify the record. That was a parole board ordered condition that was added as part of a sanction that he abide by an 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. curfew and that he obtained substance abuse evaluation and treatment through Beacon.
Okay. Anything else you want to add?
Also like to add that it is my understanding through speaking to jail staff that these phone calls have not stopped and that the victim has been contacted repeatedly since the preliminary hearing. I'd also just like to add that Mr. Dargion had to be served multiple times for this hearing
I read that.
due to his combative nature and refusing to allow us to actually proceed forward. At his preliminary hearing, Mr. Dargion was brought into the room and had to be removed within the first few minutes because he walked into the room and immediately stated, "I refuse this hearing," and had to be removed by guards.
Did you ever talk to the victim?
I have spoken to the victim. I my impression is that she is very afraid. I have not been able to get much more than that out of her.
Got you. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you, showing up.
Yes, sir.
Can you unmute him?
How you wanna handle this? You wanna let him argue about it? Okay. All right. All right, let's go back, to the hearing. Okay, we've heard the testimony. Does my panel have any questions for him? I have no questions.
No questions.
Okay, is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, I find him in violation of condition number 4, especially 4A, his admission on that one.
He's walked up.
He walked out. Okay, condition number 4A, B, C, and D. Condition number 10 and condition number 13. I find him guilty of all of those violations. My vote today is to revoke his parole.
Mr. Kelly.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
My vote is the same. I find him guilty of all allegations and violations. So today, Mr. Dargin's parole is being revoked. All right, the Committee on Parole is convening now at Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women. It is Tuesday, January 13th. It's 9:18 a.m. Good morning, Warden. Would you and your staff please introduce yourselves?
Good morning, Kristen Thomas, Warden.
Tara P, ARDC Manager.
Captain Gaddy, ARDC Supervisor.
Captain Paul.
Is everybody?
Yep.
All right, and we have a room full of folks here with us today. Well, on Zoom, you'll see we have the Parole Project. Mr. Kerry Myers, who will be speaking, we'll call on him at the appropriate time. We have Ms. Nicholson is represented by counsel, so I'd like to ask her to introduce herself for the record.
Good morning, Hannah Grodell, attorney with the Louisiana Parole Project, on behalf of Tracy Nicholson.
Thank you. We have friend Rocky Stockstill, sister Rocky Stockstill, Gabriella Rome, Ms. Nicholson's daughter, who will be speaking on her behalf. We have Stephanie King, a friend, other members of the Parole Project, Sabrina Monaco, Demetrice Moore, Christy Sheramy. We also have some Jan Waters, a friend, some DOC employees who are here. Maya Harvey, DOC Project Director, Jody Mallett, Assistant Mental Health Director, Elizabeth Courtney, Contracts Grant Reviewer, and Shelley Edgerton, Mental Health Director, and also Ms. Faith Dufour, a retired DOC employee. And Ms. Courtney will be speaking on behalf of the employees. We do have opposition here today also on Zoom. We have from the DA's office, we have Mr. Randall Meyer, and we have the victim, Ms. Leslie Keating. So first, Tracy, you've been through this before. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Tracy Nicholson and my DOC number is 567-570.
Okay, so first, let me just read the identifying information into the record, then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Freeman. Your case has been assigned to him.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Ms. Nicholson, you're classified as a third felony offender. You're currently serving a 13-year sentence. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish for illegal transmission of funds, fraudulent acquisition, unauthorized use of an access card, forgery, and as a habitual third offender theft. So all those sentences are running concurrently. It's a total of 13 years. Your parole eligibility date was May 23rd, 2019, and you have a good time release date, February 29th of 2028. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, good morning, Ms. Nicholson.
Good morning.
First thing, just real quickly, tell us, what did you do to get yourself put into this situation, and why do you think we should consider letting you out today?
Yes, sir. I'm here because I stole $54,902 from Miss Keating, and, which she was my previous employer, Pioneer Gutters. Not only did I steal from Miss Keating, I stole her personal information, her identity. I delayed our daughter's surgeries. I affected her employees, their families, her customers. I damaged her reputation. Not only did I take all that away from her, I took trust that she will ever have in others. And I betrayed the kindness that she showed my daughter and I. And I know I will never be able to give Miss Keating any of that back. And I'm deeply sorry for all the harm and pain and suffering I've caused her, that she has to relive it all again today.
Okay. And
Mhm.
Sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
In 2016, I was arrested for 88 counts of illegal transmission of money, which at the time I was in deep into my addiction, which is just no excuse or justifications of what I've done. But it did play a huge role, which led me to bad choices, selfish and manipulative ways. I live with so much shame and regret every day on a daily basis of what I've done. Since 2016, I have been sober and dedicated to my recovery. I've enhanced all the classes I can here at LCIW, including financial leadership, victim impact, and I'm now disciplined on money management. And I do consider my consequences before my actions.
Good.
And I am requesting parole today so I can continue my recovery and pay my restitution that I owe Ms. Keating, and continue to be a positive role model like I am here at LCIW and helping others.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, Warden, what do you have to say about Ms. Nicholson?
Good morning. Tracy is actually one of the probably the easiest inmates that I have that I can talk about. She is a minimum 1 custody level. She actually works at headquarters, so she goes out to DOC headquarters every day, which is quite trusted position that she has. So we do rely on her a good bit. While not only going out to work at the headquarters office, here she is a mentor to the other inmates in the housing units. I think she's pretty much taken every class that we have to offer. There's not much else that she can do. One of the admirable things about Tracy as well is probably the past 6 or 7 years, she's been on naltrexone. She did speak about how serious she is about her sobriety. And so the naltrexone medication is a daily pill form. So she's taken that for, 6 to 7 years. And I know she wants to continue either the pill form or the monthly injection when she does get out. So I think that's an important piece of how serious she is about her sobriety and what she wants to do when she gets out. I know Mr. Myers will probably speak a little bit more on Parole Project if she is given a favorable today, but I know Mr. Myers can talk a little bit more about her transition plan.
Okay, let me ask you this, what about her mental health medication? Is she still on mental health meds or she's off of that?
I'm still administering mental health meds. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you take them as prescribed?
Yes, sir, I do. Faithfully every day.
Okay, thank you for that, Warden. Okay, I'm gonna ask you some more questions in a minute, but let's get to your speakers. So first we're gonna hear from Mr. Kerry Myers from the Parole Project.
Good morning, Board. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project here for Tracy Nicholson. You have Tracy's record in front of you. You have her accomplishments. They're voluminous, as you can see. She's done hard work since she's been incarcerated. Maybe the hardest that she's done is addressing her addiction and trauma issues. While she makes no excuses for her actions, for her crime, we have to consider, I believe, that those issues were play a role in her actions. She has completed the STAR program. She's maintains the medication, as the warden said. In our plan, after initial evaluation, will be to continue to make after our social workers evaluate her, to make the recommendations for continued treatment. She has specifically told me that she is going to be compliant with all the recommendations. Tracy is going to be a long-term client of Parole Project. Once she finishes programming in phase 1, she will continue to live with us. We will assist her in gaining employment. She has multiple employable skills. She's also got when it comes to the restitution issue, there is a civil judgment that's going to require her as part of any grant that this board may give today as part of her conditions. So that she'll have to comply with that restitution, that civil judgment. Finally, Tracy does have a good time date in 2 years. At this point, should the board grant her, the board can set conditions on her release, specifically to assist her through these processes. we support Tracy. I can tell you that Tracy told me personally that her life was out of control. Her addictions, her trauma had led her life to be out of control, and that prison probably saved her life. She has done the hard work. It's very impressive what she has done. Parole Project is here to support her on a long-term basis. We would ask this board to consider those factors, granting her parole today, allowing her to become gainfully employed, to have the support of Parole Project, and to make the remaining restitution. Significant restitution has already been made in this case, about half. And Tracy is not only willing but ready to make the additional restitution. So I'd ask this board to consider those things and grant her today.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Appreciate it. Okay, Ms. Grobel, I'm sure you want to go last. Okay. All right, so we're going to hear from Rome Gabriella, daughter.
Yeah, that's it right there. And there. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Gabby, and I'm here today as Tracy Nicholson's daughter. Growing up, my life has not always been easy or traditional. My dad passed away while I was young, which made my mom a single mother. My mom was no longer able to be present in my daily life. My grandparents stepped in and raised me to who I am today. It provided me a pathway to get through life without a parent figure and also get through everything my mom has put me through. However, my mother has always remained my mother and always will, which is why I'm choosing to finally speak on her behalf today. I have seen a change in her mindset, her priorities in life, her understanding of how her past affected not only herself, but many others as well. I have always been in contact with her since she was incarcerated. I can say through the many phone calls that we have had, I have seen her growth and determination to become a changed person. If my mother is granted parole, I strongly believe that it's important that her primary focus continues to be on her own growth and stability. I want to see her work on herself first before working on the mother and daughter relationship that I have never got to have due to being a victim of her actions. While she is working on herself, I will remain present in her life by offering support, encouragement, and allowing her the space to grow into the best version of herself. Throughout the time that she has been incarcerated, I have experienced many milestones, including growing up, graduating high school, and now being in college. My next milestone will be college graduation. And her being able to attend will not only mean a lot to me, but also will show me the progress that she has made and her commitment to moving forward and becoming the best version of herself for me. Therefore, I truly believe she has earned the opportunity to continue moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, and we're going to hear from Elizabeth Courtney.
Morning. I wrote down my statement just because I didn't want to say anything. So thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Elizabeth Courtney. I've worked for the Department of Corrections for 19 years. The past 2 years, I've worked in the business office where Ms. Tracy has served as our trustee. During that time, Ms. Nicholson has been dependable, respectful, hardworking. She takes pride in her work. She follows the rules, and she consistently carries out her responsibilities without complaint. She has also shown genuine remorse for her past actions and a clear commitment to bettering herself. Based on my experience in corrections, we've seen a lot of trustees in Rico, and I've never spoken for one of them. My direct observation of Ms. Nicholson, I believe she has taken accountability and made meaningful changes. I'm confident she would be a productive, law-abiding member of society. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, Ms. Grobel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's Hannah Rose Rodell, attorney with the Parole Project, and I'm here on behalf of Ms. Tracy Nicholson, who's present before the board today for her 6th parole hearing.
But this is her first time appearing with council, so there are a few things that I wanted to address. First, Ms. Nicholson has addressed all prior concerns that have been raised by this board. She has served almost 10 years of her 13-year sentence without a single write-up. She has completed all financial literacy programming available to her. She has completed 2 different courses of victim impact and awareness, the only classes available to her at LCIW. She's been completely sober since 2016, addressing the root cause of her behavior, and has been consistently taking medication to maintain her sobriety since 2018, as well as compliant with all other mental health provider instructions. In addition to completing all required DWCC programming, you can see from her materials, she has gone above and beyond to rehabilitate herself during her incarceration, including, but not limited to, completing the STAR program multiple times, most recently since her last hearing. The STAR program is the state initiative focused on substance use, and she's worked closely with mental health staff from the Department of Corrections for many years, several of whom are present today in support of her and have said Tracy is somebody they don't have enough nice things to say about. Ms. Mallett, the assistant mental health director, specifically attests to Ms. Nicholson's extensive involvement in programming, remarkable personal growth, and leadership within the therapy groups. Upon release, Ms. Nicholson will continue to work with mental health providers to maintain her recovery support and supporting others. Unfortunately, what Ms. Nicholson cannot change is the impact of her harmful actions on the Keating family. And as this board can see, she is genuinely remorseful for what she's done and has used that remorse to fuel her transformation ever since. And as Mr. Freeman explained to the Keating family in a prior hearing, unfortunately, they were not told about Tracy's parole eligibility at the time of sentencing. And the fact that she was never going to serve the full 13 years of her sentence. And for that lack of information, we apologize, and we apologize that they have been forced to relive these painful memories every year since 2019. As you heard, Ms. Nicholson is eager to satisfy the remaining balance of the restitution she owes to the Keatings, which is now memorialized in a civil money judgment, a court order that we submitted to you. So this converts the restitution into an enforceable civil debt, ensuring that the Keatings are able to recover what they're owed through standard debt collection methods like wage garnishment. And as you can see from the materials before you, Ms. Nicholson has already taken the initiative to contact the court and already has a payment plan set up for when she's released. While she knows that money alone will never make the Keatings whole, she is prepared to continue living each day of her life in honor of her own transformation and the support of other people. And though she struggled with supervision in the past, we want to note that was before she was sober and completely changed her life. As this board has previously recognized, as members of this board have recognized in previous hearings, Tracy is honest, remorseful, and has done what's been asked of her. She is not somebody this administration has safety concerns about. Quite the opposite. She works in the maintenance buildings. She works in the maintenance of buildings 7 and 4 of the headquarters, including the offices of probation and parole, a highly entrusted and respected position, and consistently receives glowing commendations from staff and administrators. In addition to state supervision and the support of her family, will benefit from the services of the Parole Project. You've heard about some of our services. She'll have recovery support, access to social workers, continuity with all her medication, transportation to and from NA and AA meetings, and per LPP policy, her bank will be regularly monitored by her case manager to ensure financial accountability. And as you can see, she is going to be embraced by a large network of supporters who relationships with whom she's maintained for years will support her and hold her accountable. We're confident in her success. She's dedicated to her own recovery. And as been spoken of, she's going to receive her first Vivitrol injection prior to being released to further prevent any risk of relapse. So for these reasons, we respectfully submit to the board that at this stage, continued incarceration of Ms. Nicholson doesn't serve any meaningful rehabilitative or public safety purpose, that she's done what the board has asked of her, and that granting parole would recognize her growth. It would honor the victims by supporting restitution and would align with the goals of proportionality and successful reentry. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now let's get to the opposition. Mr. Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish.
Good morning, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. Ms. Keating and I, the victim, have discussed this case quite a bit in recently, and Ms. Keating has agreed that she would not oppose a grant of parole to the Parole Project, and as a condition of parole, that Ms. Nicholson be ordered to pay the restitution monthly until the total amount that's set forth in that civil judgment that's part of the criminal case of $29,902 until that's paid. She asked that Ms. Nicholson pay this restitution in full by her full term date. Also, when Ms. Nicholson is released on good time, we ask that a diminution of sentence be placed on her, requiring that she continue to pay the restitution. We also ask that if the board decides to grant her parole to the Parole Project, that she be required to attend AA meetings, and that she continue with the STAR program, and any other substance abuse treatment that the board feels is appropriate. Ms. Keating, counsel, I guess, mentioned about wage garnishment, and and that's a problem, and that's something that we are trying to avoid happening. That places a big burden on Ms. Keating if she would have to go and do garnishment proceedings to try to collect the amount that's owed to her. So that's something that we would not be something that we think shouldn't be placed on Ms. Keating to have to deal with. And that's why we're requesting that the restitution be paid in full. Otherwise, without those conditions, Ms. Keating would be opposed to her release. And our office supports Ms. Keating and agrees with her requests. And I would ask that Ms. Keating state to the board that this is an accurate representation of her position.
Okay, Ms. Keating. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, I am agreeing with the ADA's statement.
Okay.
It is accurate.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, Ms. Nicholson, I'm not gonna get into a whole lot. As you noted last time, I had voted to recommend to let you out. I was gonna send you to work release with the restitution because I firmly believe that the restitution needs to be paid. Are you gonna be able to afford the amount that you have discussed?
I will work really hard to make that payment. Yes, sir.
And can you tell me what that amount is that y'all have settled on?
The amount that they had settled was like $500 a month, but that was all the way until the actual full term date.
Yes, ma'am, I
But,
understand.
and I was yes, sir. And I was instructed by the lady that I spoke to at Jefferson Parish to contact her upon release, and I will have to go in front of the judge in order to set up a direct payment arrangement.
Okay, I thought the payment arrangement be set up probation and parole.
Yeah, it's set up through them, but I have to report to them.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, and I'm just gonna state for the record, she does have 0 DBs, which is amazing. As you can see, she has plenty of support, both from her family and from, some people that she's been around. Let's see, I'll add that as part of my conditions if she is granted. I have no further questions. Does my panel have any questions?
I don't have any questions.
Do you vote?
I think we're prepared to vote.
Okay.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, my vote today is going to be to grant to the parole project for a minimum of 18 months because I want this restitution well on its way before you leave there. I do want another substance abuse evaluation just in case and follow any recommendations that the parole project give to you. You've done everything we asked, Tracy, but now we're asking you to do everything on the outside.
Yes, sir.
And pay back that money you owe, okay?
Yes, sir, I will.
Okay, that's my vote.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur, Mr. Freeman.
All right, Tracy, I voted for you in 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
I still feel the same way, and I just wanted to say thank you for a recent incident that happened here that you handled, which really demonstrates your growth maturity. You know what I'm
Thank you.
talking.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
So my vote today is to grant parole to the parole project with the special conditions. We will add that you have to pay the restitution in compliance with the plan you work out with the court. And I wanted just to add one thing too, that do some community service work. I'll let your parole officer determine the appropriate amount, but speak to at-risk youth. You have a story to tell and hopefully you can help some young person not follow your path.
I will.
Love.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
right, and we are ready for our next case. Ms. Francis, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number. Y'all are on mute, I believe.
Dana Francis, 458-021.
All right. Let me acknowledge the guests that we have, and then we'll get started with our process. So we have in favor, we have the Parole Project, Mr. Kerry Myers. He'll be speaking at the appropriate time. Also speaking is Deborah Sharkey, the chaplain for the Department of Corrections, or with the Department of Corrections, and then Deidre Thomas with RISE. You do have counsel this morning, so I'd like to ask your counsel to please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, Anna Rose Grodell, staff attorney with the Parole Project here on behalf of Ms. Dana Francis.
Thank you. We have also with us Beverly Baker, your mother, your aunt Pamela Francis, Stephanie King, a friend, Reagan Tingle, a friend, with the Parole Project, TRACY, I'm sorry, I have a hard time with that name. Moore, Christy Sheremy, Sabrina Monaco, Kim Robinson with RISE, and Jan Waters also with the Parole Project. Also some DOC employees here today. We have Jewel Freeman, Chief Audit Executive, Susan Brown, a headquarters chaplain, and Faith Dufour, who is a retired DOC employee. We do have opposition who are here with us on Zoom. We have the victim's son, Jonathan Hester, and the victim's daughter, Letitia Hester, and both of those will be speaking at the appropriate time. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record, then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis. Your case has been assigned to him. So, Ms. Francis, you're classified as a second felony offender. You're currently serving a 30-year sentence. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish in September 2002 for forgery. You received a probated sentence that was revoked in 2005 for a new felony conviction. And you were sentenced in April of 2005 for attempted second-degree murder. You received a 30-year sentence. Your parole eligibility date is tomorrow, your birthday. You have a good time date, February 24th, 2028. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Tillis.
Good morning, Ms. Francis. How are you?
Good morning, I'm fine.
Good. Tell us, in your own words, what did you do and what caused you to be where you are today?
First, I would like to apologize to the family for the pain that I may cause today on top of the pain that I've caused, because I made the decision to shoot Miss Caraway, seriously harming her, and for that, I'm truly sorry. I was a 22-year-old woman staying with my cousin, sleeping on her couch, working at Microtel because I was on probation. On November 18th, I received a phone call informing me that I had lost my job. And November 19th, I took a cab to the job with the intentions of asking Ms. Caraway for my job. And upon me asking her, I became so overwhelmed with emotions of fear and anger and desperation. I shot Miss Caraway, and I fled the scene out of shock and fear, but immediately I was so remorseful and regret, I contacted the police, confessing to the crime of shooting Miss Caraway.
Okay. Warden, do you have any comments about her?
Yes, Miss Dana is one of our minimum security inmates. She actually works at the headquarters, DOC headquarters office, and she's been working since actually LCIW took over working at headquarters. So she's been a long-term inmate working up there, which is a trusted position. we always get glowing remarks from all of the individuals that work at headquarters that she works with. Along with that job, Miss Dana actually is a mentor in our reentry court dorm. So she mentors those individuals who were sentenced to reentry court and facilitates different groups either in our cell block or in the reentry dormitory or housing unit. I think probably one of the biggest accomplishments Miss Dana had received was yesterday. She actually graduated with her bachelor's degree in seminary. So I know Dr. Sharkey will probably talk about that, but don't want to speak for Dana, but I think that was an exciting day for her yesterday. But you know, we don't have any trouble with Dana. She really helps out where we need her to, and she stays quite busy with her job, her studies, and mentoring inmates here at LCIW.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I guess now we'll hear from Louisiana Parole Project. Mr. Myers.
Yes, good morning. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here to let the board know we've accepted Dana Francis as a client in our program. Our plan for Dana is to provide long-term transitional housing, assist her with employment opportunities, ensure that she receives all the necessary evaluations, mental health, substance abuse, and abide by those plans, any recommendations that our social workers may have for her. Dana is completely remorseful for her actions. She didn't make no excuses for her actions. The difference is the now almost 45-year-old Dana has now learned the skills and has the skills through the work that she's done there to cope with the things that life has thrown at her before and in the future. Dana has a good time date, release date in early 2028. This is an opportunity at her age with the skills and she has learned both vocational and social skills she's learned while incarcerated. This is an excellent time that Dana is not only employable, she shows her willingness, besides the fact that she's gone to school, she works at headquarters, she gives back community as a reentry court mentor, something that is totally voluntary on her part because she wants to give back. She's very trusted. We would just ask this board to consider the fact the work that she's done, a degree in NOBTS, also attended Ashland University, also has vocational certifications, also does community service. Dana is not the 22-year-old socially ill-equipped person who made the decision to fire that gun that day. Dana can never take that back, but Dana has done the hard work, and we will support Dana on a long-term basis. So we'd ask this board to consider that today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Myers. Deborah Sharkley.
Sharkey.
Sharkey. Sorry.
Good morning. I am the Director of Chaplaincy Services for the Department of Corrections, as well as serve as the Director of the New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary Extension Center at LCIW. And I've known Dana Francis since 2010. Over the past 15 years, I have witnessed a remarkable transformation in her life. Since Dana has been incarcerated, she has shown consistent dedication to her personal growth and faith and service. She did complete her bachelor's degree, and she actually completed the requirements for that degree in 2024, but we just had our commencement service yesterday, and it was a great time to celebrate what those women have accomplished. Dana has served as a peer minister, mentoring other women and providing leadership and encouragement across the whole facility. She oversees our faith-based recovery programs. That's Celebrate Recovery Inside and Life's Healing Choices. She helps women work through their trauma and their addiction. And she also teaches our pre-seminary class, Onesimus. She facilitates a helpful program called Courage for My Life. And she leads the faith-based classes in our lockdown units and also makes regular rounds in the infirmary and assisted living areas. Her ministry offers comfort and support to the women who are sick, aging, and isolated. Dana also serves on the Department of Corrections Faith-Based Advisory Council. This is she is just one of 16 inmates throughout the whole state, male and female, that were chosen to serve on this board. Dana does have some CTE vocational skills that were alluded to, but one of them in culinary arts, she likes to use in ministry to help encourage people. So what she does is she will make little snacks and things like that to build community in the dorm among the other inmates. And she often volunteers to work in the kitchen when there's a special event, even though that's not her job classification. So over the years, I have seen Dana take full responsibility for her past. I've spoken to her at length about that, and she makes no excuses. She is dedicated to continuing to grow in her faith and in leadership. She is compassionate and humble and consistently demonstrates integrity and accountability. Her life truly is a testimony to the power of God and what it means to walk with Him daily, surrendering to His will in her life. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Ms. Deidre Thomas. Did I say that right?
Yes, you got it on the nail.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Deidre Thomas. I'm paralegal at the Promise for Justice Initiative. I had the opportunity to meet Dana as a colleague at the Louisiana Correctional Institute. At the time, I was a leader within the community, but I met a leader within the community that taught me how to be even a better leader. When I met Dana, Dana was the most humble woman that I met at LCIW. In that process, Dana has endlessly gone forward to help women in the community, whether they needed a word of encouragement, whether they were dealing with areas that they didn't want to cope with while they were on the inside. Dana helped me to see me at a different level. I stand before you today as a direct result of the board allowing opportunities for people that are incarcerated. Today, I ask that you provide that opportunity today. I'm an example. I strive because of women like Dana. I had an opportunity to be her colleague in disciplinary court. In that process, when I was released, I continued to progress and maintain contact with so many strong women like Dana so that I can continue to progress. Dana's opportunity, the opportunities out there for her are just insurmountable. I may not be able to offer a job to Dana today, but I would offer her and even want her to live next to me. I would be willing to open my home to Dana. Dana mentored to me, even though she does not have children. She mentored to me to mentor to my own son. She mentored to me when I dealt with depression. She mentored to me and so many people that are in this room because she learned who she is and the power that she has if she only tapped into it. Dana's relationship with God has blown me away. As her choir, we had a chance to harmonize and we didn't know what harmony was. And I want the opportunity with so many ladies to operate continuously in harmony with Dana to help see her reach her full potential. Although I think there's more that I can learn from her, but as well as to be in undoubtable truth that women that leave from a carceral setting, and no matter what they've gone through, that they can be successful and that they have a gigantic group of people willing to embrace them and to see them remaining law-abiding citizens in the state of Louisiana or wherever they be. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess last we'll hear from her attorney.
Morning. I want to begin by acknowledging the serious harm in this case. Miss Caraway was an innocent woman, a kind woman who gave Dana a chance and was gravely injured. Nothing Dana has done or could ever do will change that. Dana carries deep remorse and regret for the pain she caused the Caraway family, and she lives with the weight of that responsibility every day. Today, however, the question before this board is not whether harm occurred. It did. The question is whether Dana has taken responsibility, genuinely rehabilitated herself, and whether the woman she is now poses a risk to public safety. Based on her remarkable record over the last 22 years, we submit to you, she has done the work, she has sustained it over decades, and she is ready for successful release on parole. I'm about to offer the following context, not to excuse her actions, but to explain the circumstances that shaped a single devastating decision that stands in stark contrast to the rest of her life. Dana was 22 years old at the time of this offense. She entered adulthood without stability, safety, or support. Her childhood was marked by severe domestic violence, addiction, and abandonment. She recalls coming back from school into the abandoned home where her mother was living, unable to recognize her mother due to the broken bones, metal plates in her body, and staples in her head as a result of being beaten while battling a decades-long addiction. Her father was entirely absent due to alcoholism, and in reviewing the trial transcript, he was quoted as saying, "I didn't want anything to do with her." She grew up in an area, in an environment where violence, addiction, and instability were constant. Despite that, Dana worked hard to avoid becoming a product of her environment. She worked multiple jobs. She put herself in school. She attended church, and she stayed away from the street life around her. But she was living on fragile footing. A prior court decision, forging a check in a moment of desperation, left her with a conviction, probation, fees to pay, and no margin for error. At the same time, she experienced a series of profound personal losses. Her grandmother, the only person who raised her and who she felt loved her, rejected her because of her sexuality. Dana had also just ended the only long-term relationship she had ever known. She had unstable housing, no transportation, and was struggling in isolation. The job she held at Microtel was not just employment, it was her lifeline. When Dana received a call that she had been fired, she didn't just hear that she had lost a job. She experienced that as the end to the only remaining support in her life. That moment triggered a lifetime of abandonment, rejection, and unaddressed trauma. It was in that emotional collapse she made the only violent decision in her life. One that had grave consequences that she is deeply sorry for. What I am here to highlight is what Dana did next and what she has done every day since. Dana almost immediately turned herself in, accepted responsibility, confessed to her crimes, and pled guilty. She didn't minimize her conduct, she never shifted blame, and over the last 22 years, she has done exactly what this system is designed to encourage: rehabilitation, accountability, service, and transformation. Her record speaks to who she is today. Driven by her remorse and her self-insight, she has deeply engaged in therapeutic programming, completing every class and opportunity that has been available to her, including multiple rounds of anger management, stress management, depression focus, and trauma healing. She understands the root causes of her behavior, particularly her rejection trauma and her emotional regulation skills, and has demonstrated sustained emotional stability for years. Dana has relentlessly pursued education. She's completed multiple advanced degree programs, including, as you heard, her most recent one, she graduated from yesterday. One only need to glance at her record to see the extraordinary amount of work she has done to break the generational cycles in her family. The Department of Corrections has repeatedly entrusted Dana with leadership roles. She's been selected to facilitate Celebrate Recovery and Life's Healing Choices, supporting other women in their rehabilitation. Most notably, she is the only offender selected and certified to teach the Moral Compass class. She mentors the mentors. She teaches them skills like decision-making, conflict resolution, and ethics. This reflects the level of trust placed in Dana. She improves every environment she's in. She contributes to safety and rehabilitation in her mentorship, in her modeling of accountability, in her reinforcing the values that this system seeks to instill. For the past several years, she's worked here at headquarters in the Adult Services Department. Staff consistently describe her as honest, sincere, and exceptionally hardworking. One staff member told me I would have no issue at all with her living next door to me. That is public safety. I have been truly moved by the overwhelming support for her among staff and administrators alike. Upon release, Dana will receive long-term comprehensive support, reentry support through the Louisiana Parole Project. She will be released into structure, supervision, continuity of care, stability, and a huge support network. She has built meaningful pro-social relationships within her prison community, here at the Department of Corrections, and now with her family. Her mother, who's with her today, is now in recovery and facing her second battle with lung cancer. If parole is denied today, Dana will not be reheard for another 5 years, time she may not have with her ailing mother. Granting parole in this case aligns with the goals of this board. Dana is exactly the person parole is designed for. Someone who has taken responsibility, transformed herself, poses a low risk, and is ready for reintegration. To continue the service and the transformation from inside to here. She is not the same person she was at 22. She is a disciplined, self-aware, intelligent, hardworking woman who has done everything in her power to ensure nothing like this ever happens again. For these reasons, we respectfully request granting parole in this case is not only appropriate, but consistent with the goals of this system and the interests of public safety. And so we ask, please grant Dana the opportunity to continue to serve the remainder of her sentence on parole under supervision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have some people in opposition. And that is the concerns.
No, I'll
Okay.
just, no, we'll just include these in the record.
Okay, Mr. Hester?
Yes, sir.
go ahead and tell us what you would like to tell us, please.
All right. I'm going to let my wife go first, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, I'm not Cindy Caraway's daughter. I'm her daughter-in-law. Her daughter was trying to get on here, but was unsuccessful in being able to be let in. She didn't want to speak, but she did want to be present and noted that she is also in opposition. I want to start off by showing you, because she can't be here today, because Cindy Caraway passed away in 2020 due to the mental illness that she has suffered from this heinous act, this decision that Dana decided to do. From that day forward, while we say it's attempted murder, actually on that day, she did kill Cindy Caraway. And this is who Cindy Caraway is, or was. And I want y'all to see her face and to remember that. Because my children never got to know their grandmother prior to this incident. She was never the same from that day forward. She didn't smile like she used to. She would spend days and awake because she couldn't fall asleep, because when she fell asleep, nightmares came. She was distant. She was a shell of the person that she used to be. My kids, my sister-in-law's kids, never got to really know who she was. And she battled mental health until her very last breath, when she took her life because she couldn't do it anymore. We sit here and I'm listening to everyone say about how Dana has taken accountability. I heard her say she's sorry today. That's all I heard. I heard her talking about herself just like she's always done. She was selfish. On that day, she was thinking about herself, and she downplayed it when she talked. And she said that she was fired. According to Miss Cindy, she wasn't fired. She asked Dana to come in and have a talk with her. And let's just say she was fired. You bring a gun with you to talk about being fired? Who does that? That's not somebody that went there with the intention of talking. That's somebody who went there with the intention of an action. Her intention was to shoot her. You don't bring a gun to have a talk. And while I hear everybody talk about how she's found God, I am so happy that she has, because she needed God. And I am so happy for that. That does not excuse what she did on that day and the punishment that she should have to have for that crime. God doesn't say just because you found me means that you don't have a punishment. When I punish my kid, I don't let them off early because they've made some good choices. And then we can talk about that as well. We can talk about how they said for 22 years, she's been this amazing role model. Well, records that I have received, 38 pages of it, say differently. And we can talk about those. In 2009, she was in trouble for self-mutilation. 2012, fighting. 2012, a loud argument dispute. 2014, defiance. 2012 and 2014, contraband. Theft in 2012. Aggravated disobedience in 2006, 2009, and 2015. Property destruction in 2012. Threatening behavior in 2013. She was in an unauthorized area twice in 2006. She had disobedience in 2007, twice in 2009 and 2012. And then my personal favorite, aggravated sexual offense in 2018. That does not sound like a role model the entire 22 years that she's been in prison. That sounds like somebody that was still actively not making good choices. And we're supposed to trust that she goes into parole. What if she gets in trouble again? What happened the last time she thought she was fired when she was on probation or parole? What did she choose to do? She chose to get a gun, call a cab, have the cab bring her to Microtel Inn, get out of that cab with a gun, ask the cab driver to wait for her, walk into Microtel, confront Miss Cindy and other employees in the washing area where they wash the towels and stuff, pull out the gun and point it at her head. Miss Cindy, terrified, walks out the door and takes off running down the hall. And Dana shoots her, takes the gun, puts it back in whatever she had it in, walks to the cab, tells him to bring her back to her home, where she gets out, brings that gun and hides it underneath the mattress of a baby carriage or something to that nature. She didn't turn herself in. They found her because she stiffed the cab driver and he called and reported it. What of that is fair? What of that? Like, what happens if she gets in trouble this time? I want to believe that God has made a big change in her, and I hope that he did. But that doesn't take away what she did and the fact that she should serve every single minute of her sentence, because the truth is, Miss Cindy served a life sentence with no possibility of parole. Her family has served a life sentence. We have to go each day without her here because of what Dana chose to do on that day over a stupid job. And Dana didn't apologize to all the other people it affected. Of course, it affected Miss Cindy and her family. But what about the people, the other coworkers that stood there and watched her shoot someone? What about the people that were at that hotel that heard gunshots and were probably terrified for their lives, not knowing what was going on? And all Dana was worried about was herself. And when I hear her sit here and ask for parole and all the things that she's done to make herself better, all I hear is selfishness. It's still about her. If she was truly sorry, she wouldn't put us through this again. She would take her punishment. And that would be it. If you're sorry, that's how you show you're sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So, look, I'm all for turning your life around, and doing what you're supposed to do. But we all have problems in life that we deal with. Bringing a gun to shoot someone because you thought you were getting fired and you're going to have to go back to jail is not good. That day she got when she found guilty of second-degree murder. No, she committed murder. It was a slow burn. For 20-something years, I've had to watch my mom, who was the most loving, would give everybody a second chance, to be the greatest, give you a shirt off their back, deteriorate in front of my eyes. We go back and watch home movies, and you can see the drastic difference from the day she was before and to the day she was shot. And life has never been the same. We talked many nights about nightmares. She would stay up days and days at a time because she would just have nightmares about Dana putting a gun to her head. And putting the gun to my mom's face that day and telling her she's going to shoot her. My mom runs away, and you cowardly shoot her in the back, full intent to kill her. Because nobody, if it isn't premeditated, nobody has the cab wait. Nobody brings a gun. Nobody hides the gun in her carriage. When they arrested Dana, she was smiling the whole time. Just like, oh, great. We go to court the day for sentencing. She just tells us basically, it's done. Let me live my life. Well, little did she know the domino effect she created. And they sit here, it's like they're just praising how great she is. Like she did not murder somebody like she murdered somebody. My mom. I'm happy your mom's there, and I'm sorry she's doing well, not well with her health and stuff. But my mom's not here because you decided you were going to take her life over a minimum wage job. To this day, I still see your face in that smile when they're arresting you.
Mr. Hester, would you address your remarks to the board?
Yes, ma'am. I still see her smile in her face that day they arrested her. The day we're sitting in court and we're having to, my mom sitting there and just, you could tell she was so nervous. She threw up constantly that day because her biggest fear was she's going to have to see the person attempted to take her life, or I'm sorry, took her life that day. And to have that audacity to turn and tell the people, basically, get over it. Let me live my life. I'm all for turning your life around, rehabilitating. But we come from a world where if you do your crime, you should do your time. After the 30 years, so be it. But I have to tell my kids every day when we watch videos and stuff, why did Mama change? Why is Mama like this now? I said, because someone decided they were going to play judge and executioner and decided to take her life. You know, I can't tell people that my mom took her own life because that's not their knowledge. But I just had to tell people, oh, she was sick. But yeah, she was mentally sick because somebody decided they were going to take her life over a minimum wage job. Like, I'm not trying to be out of place. I apologize for my tone, but this is heartbreaking. We were going to do this a couple of years ago, right after she died, and we're trying to figure things out, but she got in trouble, so she couldn't get paroled. So to praise her and preach her for, oh, she's been a model citizen, man, we have a list. Like, we've been keeping up with everything. And who's to say she gets done and she doesn't come and retaliate at somebody else over a job? Like my wife said, you get fired. If you do the crime, you should do the time. That's plain and simple. That's how the rule books are written. You're sentenced to 30 years. If you're good all 30 years or 25 years, you can get out of it. Great. She wasn't good. She started, oh, I'm sorry for what I did to that person said, I'm sorry what they did to their family. That's the first time. And I'm asking you, as someone who is a father, a son who misses their mom every day, would give anything to have a conversation with her, who can't still to this day delete her number from his phone. Just please do the right thing and make her serve her time. That's all I ask.
Thank you.
Hold on, one last thing. My sister and my wife are both battling breast cancer. Well, my sister is, my wife, we're dealing with that. My mom should be here today sitting with her daughter while she battles this cancer. But no, she has to go at it alone. So I'm asking you the last thing, please do the right thing and make her serve her time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is that all of the call for executive session, please?
Yeah, let me ask a couple questions. And then, okay. Where did you get the gun from?
I found it and I had it because of the area that I stayed in, because it was high crime and high violence. I kept it for protection because I stayed with my cousin, and we were the only female, and I would have to catch the bus early in the morning and it would be dark.
Okay. So you found it, you didn't buy it or get it?
No, sir.
From a friend, anything? Okay.
No, sir.
All right. I have no further questions.
I was gonna ask the same question. I think there was something in the record that said you actually went and sought out the gun.
No, no, ma'am.
Okay. So, I do wanna, well, congratulations on your graduation and your educational achievement. I wanted to ask you a couple of things. We heard the Hester's, Ms. Caraway's family talk about your conduct record.
Yes, ma'am.
And, you know, what, I have to agree with some of it is concerning, but it seems like things changed in 2016, started to change rather. And that's when you seem to be more focused. What was it that clicked in you?
Doing that
conduct record, at least. That's when things started to change.
They started to change because I knew I had it to change. And it's true, God did change me. And it was right before my mom had really got diagnosed, and I knew that I had to change. And the things that I had done, that wasn't me.
You mean the things, what things? Explain that statement.
The reports like the unauthorized area, the defiance and the aggravated disobedience. Because I was raised and I am a person of respect. I am a person of integrity.
So I do notice you took a couple of victims programs. What did you get out of that?
When I took Victims Impact, I learned that I learned how I really affected the family mentally, physically, and psychologically. I learned that I affected my family, but even more so those that were around me that wasn't directly affected, but they were still affected by my poor choice.
So I'm just trying to get in my head as to, you know, why did you pull the gun out on Miss Caraway, Miss Cynthia? What was going through her head? And how has that changed?
During that time of my life, I had suffered so much rejection, and it was mainly due to my mother's drug addiction for 31 years, my father's alcohol problem. And I had just felt like so much had been taken from me. And I went that day with the intentions of begging for my job. And I just became so overwhelmed with anger and just feeling like the only person who was really giving me a chance was now rejecting me. And it was like I lost my mind, like I was out my body, like I committed a crime that I would have never done if I was in my right mind. I wasn't a violent person, and I'm not a violent person now. So coming to prison, I was determined not to be the person who fell prey to violence through rejection, where I worked on myself, where I took anger management multiple times. I learned how to deal with conflicts, and I learned how to find positive resolution. I developed coping skills where difficulties and challenges, they don't govern my emotions, they don't govern my life. And then I've developed a support network of leaders and mentors who've encouraged me and motivated me to be honest, to live in integrity, which in turn, through those things, I've learned how to mentor other women and to show them how to deal with the struggles I had as a child myself.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tillis has made a motion for executive
A
session.
second.
We have a second by Mr. Freeman. Without objection, we're going to convene executive session to discuss confidential matters. It's 10:39. We'll be right back. All right, I'll move to go back into regular session.
Second.
And second by Mr. Tillis. Without objection, we're back in regular session. It is 10:45 a.m. And we are prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis will be voting first.
Ms. Francis, I commend you for the positive things you've done. And I really am sorry that the family for their loss. I am. And I'm not going to drag this out. My vote today is going to be to grant to the Louisiana Parole Project.
Mr. Freeman.
Okay, I also want to commend you on everything you've done. One thing I do want to note is that you have a good time date in 2 years, so it's not actually 5 years. So regardless of what we do today, you get out in 2 years. But that family's still suffering, and it's tough. And I do realize it was totally premeditated. So my vote today is going to be to deny victim opposition and law enforcement opposition.
Yeah, there is very strong opposition in the record, Dana, from the prosecutor and law enforcement. You heard from the victim today. I agree also. Some of the things that you said to us today don't really match what's in the record about what happened. And I understand the way we process things sometimes over time changes. But I too believe that you meant to do harm to Miss Caraway. You went there with the intention of doing her severe bodily harm. I've listened to the family of Miss Caraway, and they are really still grieving. I'm not sure they understand what good time is. You do have a mandatory release date, which is February 24th of 2028. No matter what, you'll be getting out that day. I will defer to the victims. My vote today, based on the opposition we heard, is going to be to deny your parole. I do congratulate you on the hard work that you've done, but you've got a release date coming up in the near future. So keep doing what you're doing, mentor others. I think you can help other people. Good luck to you, ma'am. Today you've been denied.
Thank you.
All right, we are ready. Miss Michelle, would you introduce yourself to the panel? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Michele Ramirez. My DOC number is 547-726.
All right, and let me acknowledge that we have some guests today. We have the Parole Project, Mr. Myers on Zoom. You see him on the screen. Also on Zoom, your sister Veronica Berry and your brother-in-law David Berry. And those are the three speakers that will be speaking on your behalf. We have here with us in Baton Rouge, Stephanie King, Jan Waters, Kim Robinson, Deborah Sharkey, Deidre Thomas, Miss Moore with the Parole Project, Sabrina Monaco, and Christy Sheremy. We also have with us here in Baton Rouge, representing the victim, we have Mr. Keith Olfers and Cecilia Olfers, and we'll hear from them at the appropriate time. Let me just read some identifying information into the record. You are classified, Michelle, as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a 40-year sentence. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish, January of 2009 for a manslaughter conviction. Your parole eligibility date is August 30th of this year, and your good time date is June 4th, 2039. Does all that sound accurate to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, before we hear from your guests, your speakers, let's hear from you. We want you to tell us why you're there.
I was in Louisiana for almost a year before I got arrested. And I came down after Katrina to help clean up, and was doing fairly well with making money. But the more money that I made, I was smoking up crack. And that was the reason that I left Indiana, where I'm originally from. I was running from my family and everything because I had started smoking crack. I had been an alcoholic most of all my life, but with the crack, I just couldn't seem to get off that and stop. I probably about the last 6 months that I was on the streets, I was prostituting. I had lost good work with the contractors down here for Katrina, and the place I was living in, I lost that because I just turned into a very bad crack addict. And then I was on the streets, just running in and out of cars and hotels, prostituting. And on the night of my crime, I was in the area that I usually am, where I was prostituting at. And Mr. Olfers was there buying beer, and I followed him back home to his house, and we drank a couple beers out on the back porch. And I was trying to trick with him, but he said he didn't have any money. And I remember him giving me some water, but then told me I had to go ahead and leave. And I waited for him to disappear. And after he disappeared, I went into the house and was looking through some pill bottles. I was just thinking that I could maybe find his wallet or some money or something. And I was looking through some pill bottles. I ran into another room where there was another lady in her chair. And I guess I just got spooked. I don't know, but I picked up the phone and I started hitting her and beating her with the telephone. And when she fell down, I just started going through all her drawers and everything and looking underneath the mattress, trying to find money. And then I ended up leaving. On my way back out, I saw a coffee table that was there, and it had a checkbook with a $20 bill in it. And I took that and I left. I went back to my hotel and was going to try to go find some more crack. I didn't know until later on that Mrs. Olfers went to the hospital and then ended up dying.
Yeah.
I didn't know that I beat her enough for her to kill her. And I'm not blaming this on my alcoholism or my crack addiction, but I could see how far that took me, because that's all I cared about. In that time in my life, I left my home and all my family because that's all I wanted to do was smoke crack. I couldn't get away from that. And
Okay. Listen, we'll have some more questions for you shortly. I'll let you collect yourself while we hear from your from the warden and the people who want to speak on your behalf. Warden, what can you tell us about Ms. Ramirez?
Michelle is a minimum security MH. She actually works at DOC headquarters. I think she works in the probation and parole office and pardon board office, but she's done that for quite some time now, and I think she does a really good job up there. While back here, she has received her bachelor's degree in seminary. She graduated a couple of years back with that. She also is a peer minister. She, I know sobriety, she's talked about drug use. She has completed some of our substance abuse classes. And since she has finished those, she's actually gone into facilitating some of our AA and NA classes on the weekend. So she does take her sobriety very serious while she's here with us.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Myers, could we hear from the Parole Project?
Yes, good morning. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project here to let the board know we've accepted Ms. Ramirez as a client. We've looked at her record, her education, her rehabilitation, her programming. And obviously, by looking at that, Ms. Ramirez has done hard work, particularly in her education and her programming to address her addiction issues. Should she be granted today, she will undergo a complete by our social work staff evaluation, substance abuse evaluation. Should this board even consider that as a condition, her release date is not until August, that she complete a long-term substance abuse program. That is still tenable considering her release date. But we would also ensure that she complies with any recommendations of those substance abuse evaluation, mental health evaluation. She has employable skills. It is her goal eventually to return to Indiana. That is not something that is immediate. So we are prepared to provide her with long-term transitional housing and reentry support. So we'd ask this board to consider those things today in making the decision to grant her parole.
Thank you. All right, your sister, Ms. Veronica Berry.
Good morning. My name is Veronica Berry, and I am Michelle's older sister. I really thank the board for giving me time to speak on my sister's behalf. I just want you to know that I have been in contact with her through phone calls, weekly phone calls, visits, letters, emails through JPay, and just have been pretty much in support of her through her whole recovery and time at the prison. I just want to talk about some of her personal growth that I have witnessed. What I have seen from her is that she's made some significant changes in her life, life transformations, if you will. It started with her attending AA and church on a regular basis, and she started to understand what led her to her addictions. She took many classes looking and focusing on coping skills and why she was where she was at. In addition, I saw her emotional growth really when she started to take responsibility for her actions on that day of her crime. She showed true recognition that it was her actions and her inaction to help Mrs. Alfers in any way that caused this terrible loss for Miss Alfers and her loved ones, and in fact the community. So she started acknowledging her past mistakes, and I wouldn't even say mistakes, more than mistakes, but actions. She had a lot of spiritual growth throughout that time as well. Again, she got involved in the Christian ministry program, and I really saw her start to go beyond herself. She was using the knowledge that she gained to mentor other young women. Particularly, there was a program at one point where I think that they were giving women like 2-year sentences and trying to see if they could turn their lives around. And she was very, very vital in that program. She loved working with the young women and trying to share her story and using all of her knowledge, not only to help herself and to change her life, but to help facilitate the change in other women's lives. I know that she wants to continue mentoring, and she's committed counseling others, and she wants to show others that there's many other coping mechanisms. When she went down there, her only coping mechanism was the drug abuse. And like she said, it was very powerful at that moment. I know that we will continue to support her no matter what. Whenever she gets released, my husband and I will give her a place to stay. She has a job with her son who owns his own business, and I will go to meetings with her. She and I have talked in length about just the family support, and she counsels me on family support for my children who are in their 20s. But I just want to help her be successful as she does re-enter, whenever that is. I know she's tried to make significant changes, like I said, not just through her words, but really truly through her actions and service to others. And I have no doubt that no matter what the outcome of this hearing, she will continue to demonstrate that there and continue to grow and positively influence others there. So thank you again for letting me speak on her behalf.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you for taking the time to speak to us. And we have Mr. David Berry.
Yes, I'm going to let you know he's a little bit hard of hearing, so he's going to, he may need you to speak up just a bit, but he should be okay with the headphones.
Good morning. I want to say thank you for allowing me to speak on Michelle's behalf. My name's David Berry, and I'm Veronica's wife. So I'm Michelle's brother-in-law. Initially, I struggled with wanting anything to do with or to visit Michelle. I was skeptical of her claims of turning herself around. I was angry at the fact that she did something like this, causing terrible harm to Mrs. Alfer and to her loved ones and family. Over time, listening to my wife's phone conversations, reading letters, I finally decided I would visit Michelle because in previous years I had just sat outside while my wife went in to visit. I wanted to determine she was actually changing her life, because you hear stories about people being rehabilitated and then coming out and doing the same things all over again. So during these visits, we talked about her crime. We talked about her taking accountability and being remorseful. We talked about the impact that her crime had Mrs. Alfer losing her life, her family losing Mrs. Alfer, and her extended friends and family. I do know the victim impact classes she took deeply affected Michele. It made her think about how her crime impacted so many people. She told me about how the class had really helped her to see her crime from the victim and victims' loved ones' perspectives. She has pursued classes while she's in there, receiving a Bachelor of Arts in Christian Ministry, and she has used that to change her behaviors and beliefs, to be a better person, to be a good role model. It's difficult to forgive, if not impossible. We don't take her crime lightly by any means. We are very remorseful for ourselves for this tragedy happening. I know Michele has tried to change her ways, and I think she's been very successful at it. She received training and is mentoring and helping others. She counsels other inmates who are struggling with life in prison. She's leading an AA group. She's even worked in hospice. I know that we've talked about what she wants to do whenever she's finally released and comes home. And we fully support her in possibly getting involved in AA here as a mentor, counseling women and young men on their struggles with life and helping them with coping mechanisms. We've talked about remorse. She wants to give back to the community as a small token of trying to repay for the crime that she committed. I've come to truly believe Michele's rehabilitated. I fully support her. We'll give her a home until she can stand on her own. And we will support her in every way we can. I just want to say thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate hearing from you. All right, so now we'll move to the Alfers family, Mr. Keith Alfers.
Thank you. Has anybody ever heard this woman say she's sorry? I've never been. Why? I have a little short thing to say. And some of that stuff she said about the events leading up to it, it's not true. I've read the transcripts. I was at the trial. It's not true. She's giving you a bold story. Let me just read this. I will make this statement short and to the point. Michele Ramirez is a murderer. She murdered my grandmother, Edwina Alfers. Ramirez attacked a defenseless 94-year-old woman. Ramirez didn't just attack my grandmother with a fist. She used a hammer to beat her in the head, not a telephone. She used a telephone, but she beat a hammer because he had claw marks in the back of her head at the hospital. My grandmother died from injuries Ramirez inflicted on her. That heinous act that Ramirez committed denied a family of a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, and possibly she would have lived to see her great-great-grandson, my grandson. Michele Ramirez now has asked for mercy. Like the judge said at her sentence hearing, Ramirez received the mercy when she wasn't convicted of murder, just manslaughter. It is my opinion and my hope that Michele Ramirez will serve the full term of her imprisonment put upon her by the court with no possibility of parole. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you speaking to us. All right, Michele, your case was assigned to me, so I do have some questions for you. I was going to ask you how'd you come to be a sex worker, but you explained that to us. So let's go to, you sent us, or we have in the record, your personal testimony. I guess you wrote that. And it talks about, you know, your life and you ended up in the mountains in the mission field doing mission work. And And then what happened to you? You seem to have kind of cleaned up yourself and you were doing well, but then after about 18 years, you relapsed. How did that come about?
Like I said, I probably started drinking when I was around 11 or 12 years old, and just really had bad alcoholism. I mean, and when I went to the mission, that paper that you have is a class project that I did, and I just wanted to share because I don't take my crime lightly. I don't take killing somebody lightly. And I want to be able to share my testimony with others so they don't go as far as I've went. And when we were at the mission working, I fell and hurt my back, and I went to the doctor, and he didn't have any information about me, and I didn't give him any. And I walked out of his office with 3 prescriptions of narcotics. And by the end of within like 2 weeks time, I was snorting the pills, and then I was drinking again. My husband at the time didn't even know because I was hiding it from him, and our term was about to be up. And so instead of getting fired or getting my family involved, I went back home to Indiana with my mom and them. And that's where I first was introduced to crack cocaine. And there's no excuse of anything. I'm not blaming. I mean, all my life I have blamed everything on everybody, from my parents being divorced, from sexual trauma, but everybody deals with things in their life, and they don't turn to alcohol, drugs, or whatever the addiction may be. But my sister is a perfect example of that, because she went through all that and she didn't revert like I did. But the programs that I've taken here at LCIW have helped me to see that at the end of the day, I made choices. Whether I was high, drunk, or whatever, I made choices. And I was just in such a dark place then that I don't even know who I was.
Okay. Well, somewhere in the record, I did say that you didn't kill Mrs. Olfers, a fellow prostitute did it. Do you remember making that?
I know that I talked to the detectives and everything, and I think that in my mind, it was the way the girls worked on the street, the way I worked on the street, and how we had tricks and everything. I seen it a certain way, but I can't exaggerate or make it look pretty. I went to that house and drank those beers and went in there, and I did beat Miss Olfers with the telephone.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
That's okay. There was no hammer that I had, but I did hit her multiple times with the phone. And when she fell to the ground is when I started going through everything, looking for money, and then ran out. And I didn't call the police. I didn't try to help. I want to speak on what I did, because that is the truth. And I just can't. A lot of other things may have happened that day, but I want to be able to know that I was the one that didn't give Miss Olfers a choice. She didn't ask me to come into her house that night and attack her or try to prostitute with her son.
So I see in your classes, and you've done a lot of classes, you've done a lot of work, and you have a lot of educational achievements. The victim programs that you took, what's your takeaway from that?
The Victims Impact class helped me because I really realized more and more every day something of how somebody was affected by my actions. And this isn't about a religious thing, but I knew God before I came in, but I really didn't have that relationship. And I have did apology letters and sorry letters, and I have talked in depth with counselors about me being very sorry for this. And if I could bring Miss Offers back, I would. I didn't go there to intentionally rob them or kill her that night, but that is exactly what happened. And when they came back down and rebooked me on second-degree murder, the only way that I can pay back the family today is to be able to help other people to keep from going as far down as a hoe as I went. There's no turning back for me. The classes that LCIW has invested in me, the AA that I continue to do today is what keeps me going today. That is my payback for Mrs. Offers. There's nothing that I can say to the family that will make any sense out of this or a reason of why, because it was just evil and it was senseless. And I wish I could say something that would give them comfort and peace. But my words and promises to do things, just like when I made promises to my family, my children, and they've gone through the same thing. But it's the fact that my actions today have to show how sorry I am and how remorseful I am and how there's no turning back. Whatever my outcome is today, and if I did have to do the whole 40 years, I'm going to continue to do it by showing Miss Offers that that was not me. That was me that did that there, but that was not who I was. And that today, moving forward, I'm trying to help other people and continue to help myself and advocate for the things that we don't know. It's sad to say, but prison saved my life. I mean, I was 38 years old when I came in here, but all the classes that I've taken have just shown me how sick I really was and how I didn't have a conscience. And I said a lot of things, but my actions showed something different. So today when I speak, my actions line up from what I'm speaking. And I want to help people today. And being on the hospice team was something else that was me trying to give back, was just not to be selfish. I've been so selfish and self-centered and lived my whole life for me that today I just want to be a servant to other people in whatever capacity that may seem.
Do you have any contact with your children?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. All right. You do have opposition. You have opposition from the prosecutor in this case and the sentencing judge. You've only had 6 write-ups since you've been there almost 20. How long you been there? Almost 19 years?
Yes, ma'am. August will be 20.
Oh, okay. I'll defer to my colleague. Do you have any questions?
Yeah. So I see you taking responsibility today. Was Sunny even there?
She was there on the streets, but not at the house.
Okay, so she didn't even go to the house. Okay. Well, I'm glad to see that you finally taking responsibility for that. That was back in 2018. Tell me, I know the write-up went away in 2025. What kind of medication was the second? I mean, it was 2 pills. One of them was penicillin or something, it looked like.
Yes, sir. They were 2 antibiotics. Yes, sir.
Okay, both antibiotics, so they couldn't
nothing.
to get high.
No.
Okay. No, that's what I wanted to make sure of. Okay, and as Ms. Renata stated, you did have a good disciplinary record since you've been in there. I have no further questions.
All right. I don't see any other questions, Ms. Ramirez. And I guess it's time to vote. I'll be voting first. this was a heinous crime. I mean, Miss Offers was 94 years old. It's very sad. I don't believe that you went into the house intending to do her that harm. I've carefully reviewed your record. I see the support that you have. You have a good conduct record, good programs. I believe you're genuinely remorseful for what happened. I do believe that you've made a sincere change. My vote today would be to grant your parole to the Parole Project and eventually back home to, is it Indiana?
Yes, ma'am.
With your family there. After you complete a long-term substance abuse program while still incarcerated. And to follow up with any aftercare treatment that's recommended. That's my vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Freeman.
It is a very, very tough one. I mean, the lady was 94 years old and definitely did deserve the outcome. Says she is going to go to treatment before, prior to release. Okay, I'll concur with Ms. Reynolds.
Mr. Tillers.
I have listened to you today, and I believe also that you show remorsefulness and you made some mistakes. That doesn't take away the fact that someone was hurt. And I really hope that you continue doing the right things. I'm going to concur with Ms. Renassa.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yes, thank you. Oh, well, Michelle.
I don't think they on yet. They have control over it. Yeah, they're gonna have to get on.
So I'm still, well, I'm close.
Yeah,
All right.
it's like
All right.
All right, the Committee on Parole is now at LaSalle Correctional Center, and we have Mr., is it GEETING? Yep, you're on mute. Somehow you need to unmute your device.
Can you hear me now?
And sir, would you tell us your name and DOC number?
Yes, ma'am. It's Christopher Geeting, 5389992.
All right, sir, and do you have any paperwork there with you?
No, ma'am.
All right, we're gonna put a form up on the screen. I want you to verify if that's your signature. You see that piece of paper?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature down at the bottom dated October 17th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Based on that information, you're not eligible. You don't qualify for appointed counsel. So are you ready to proceed without a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're here for a revocation decision, and your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis, seated to my left. So I'm just he's gonna go over the allegations.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Christopher.
Yes, sir.
We have rules violation number 2. You failed to report to your parole officer since 5/12/2025. How do you plead?
I
Guilty, not guilty, or with the statement?
Yeah, I pled guilty to that, but I'd like to make a statement. I did a 15-day turnaround. I was only on the streets for about 3 weeks before I was picked up, maybe a month from doing a 15-day sanction. And they let me out in Vidalia, not even, and my parole was in Rapides, but I definitely didn't show up. So I'm definitely guilty of that.
Okay, thank you. You moved from your listed address without the knowledge or approval of your parole officer.
Yes, sir.
You left the state of Louisiana without written permission from your parole officer, as evidenced by your arrest on 9/19/2025 by the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, Mississippi.
Yes, sir. The same. I would plead guilty, and the same thing is when they let me out of Vidalia, there was no work in Vidalia, so I went right across the water to Natchez, and I just gotten some work. I was staying at a church, the Church of God, right there in Natchez, Mississippi. They would let me stay there because I was homeless. Trying to make it back to Alexandria because there's only 2 really roads that you can get from Vidalia to Natchez, and neither one of them are walkable.
Okay,
But I do plead guilty for that.
okay. You have failed to provide proof of employment to your parole officer. How do you plead? Guilty?
I believe I'm not guilty on that one because I was working at the labor finders for, I don't know, about a month right there, and she knew that's where I was working. So I don't understand why that they didn't have that wrote down. There was labor finders in Alexandria.
Okay, and you are in the arrear of $2,583. How do you plead?
Excuse me?
Your number 10 is you're in the arrear of the amount of $2,583.
Yes, sir.
Monthly supervision fees, having never made a payment. How do you plead?
Yeah, guilty.
Okay. How long have you been out, you said?
Well, from my original, I've been out about 2.5 years, but before I got arrested for this one, I was only out like 3 weeks. I got arrested in Vidalia, or going towards Vidalia. I was going to see some family up there, and I got picked up in Faraday because one of the roads that I was walking down, I had stopped at a John Deere place, and I had sat out front for a minute, and I fell asleep. Well, they arrested me for trespassing, and they gave me a 15-day sanction while I was there. I was there for like 42 days. And then I was released from Vidalia, and I tried to find some work because someone said they'd give me a ride if I came up with about $40 gas, and I was trying to find some work in Vidalia. I couldn't find any work in Vidalia. I did finally find a couple of days work in Natchez at the feed supply place because I worked at a feed supply before in DeRidder, Louisiana. I worked for O'Neill's feeder supply. So they put me through I worked one day and I got arrested that night.
Great. Do you stay in contact with your parole officer?
I usually contact them every month, or I show up usually every month. It's just it's been a little hectic for me this last little go around. I was staying with a young lady, and we split up. So, and even though we wouldn't really split up, I wasn't allowed to stay in the trailer park because the landlord of the trailer park didn't want me living there, but that was my address on parole. So it was kind of sketchy about me staying there, so basically I was homeless. And I did end up going to sober living house where Mr. Gene, he wrote the 512 recovery book. It's the spinoff of the AA book. And that's where I plan on going back when I get out this time. I was just going to see some family to check on the kids, but I am going back to Mr. Gene's house. He runs the 512 recovery, but in his houses, you got to make it to an AA meeting or church or a 512 meeting every day. And he's got like 5 houses out through Alexandria. I don't know which one I'll be staying in. It'd be whatever there's a bed available. But he said as soon as I got out that I could come.
Okay, let me ask you this. I'm trying to ask you this. You make it very hard for us when you don't comply with your parole officer. Do you try to stay in touch with him? Do you call him?
Oh yeah, yes, sir. I was staying in touch with Tiffany DeVille. I called her a few times. In fact, she's even called me. But when the lady that violated me, I don't even know who that was. I was never assigned to her. The lady that actually violated me, I went in my 15-day sanction. I was still thinking Tiffany DeVille was my parole officer. I don't know the new lady I never met.
Okay. I have no questions.
Mr. Freeman.
I have no questions. I have vote and recommendation when it's my time.
So you were staying in Alexandria, and that's where your parole officer is. How did you end up in Concordia?
I was going to check on my ex's the girl I was staying in the trailer park with my stepkids. They've called me dad for the last couple of years. Well, they were in Vidalia and they were having car problems, so I was going up there to help them.
And how did you get there?
I was walking. I walked from Alexandria, yes ma'am, all the way to the Shell station right outside Gina, and then I started walking down the other way heading towards Faraday. When I finally stopped, I was tired as can be. I stopped at the John Deere and the Case dealership that's right there on, I don't know I guess that's Highway 15. And I was picked up and put in the back of the cop car so fast. They actually woke me up. I fell asleep and I didn't want to be hiding, so I was right like in front of the dealership.
Yeah. So then you did a 15-day sanction.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Why didn't you walk back to Alexandria?
Cause that road, those roads that I walked down, it was a little, it wasn't something I wanted to repeat, you know. Technically I should have, you know, cause I needed to get back, but I thought that I could at least get some. I've never had trouble finding a job, and especially with day labor. But in Vidalia was so, I mean, they just don't have jobs at all.
Should, you're just making bad decisions all the way around.
Yes, ma'am,
You're
I
a
did.
third offender. You know how you're supposed to do.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I don't have any other questions. I think, we're ready to vote?
I am.
Yes.
Mr. Freeman? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, now, you've been down this road before, so you know your rules, you know your regulations.
Yes, sir.
So your biggest problem is you say you can't ever find a job. Well, I'm gonna get you a job. My vote is to put you in work release for 6 months.
Yes, sir.
And upon release, you are to contact your parole officer immediately and contact them at least every other week for the first 3 months.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Understand, I can be by phone. I don't want you walking all over the place, but
Yes, sir.
hopefully this job, the work release, save you money, don't blow it on
No,
commissary.
that's believe it or not, that's what I was gonna ask for. If y'all would have let me ask, you know.
Okay, that's my vote.
Mr. Till.
I concur with Mr. Freeman, and a man who's walking like you are, I think we're gonna give you a break.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Geeting, my vote today also is in lieu of revocation to send you to work release for 6 months so you can get your life back in order. You know what you gotta do.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand, you have to, get in touch with your parole officer immediately when you release.
Yes, ma'am.
Work release, and then every other week for the first 3 months.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck.
All right, thank you. That's it.
I gotta call you back.
All right, good morning. We are now at David Wade Correctional Center. Good morning, Warden. Would you introduce yourself and have any staff in the room with you introduce themselves?
Yes, ma'am. Brenda Ackland, Deputy Warden.
Elizabeth Savage, Lieutenant Colonel.
Becky Trupiano, ARD State Manager. Kayla Sands, classification.
Lieutenant Henshaw, classification.
That's
All right.
it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for hosting us today. We appreciate it. And we have before us Mr. Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Dennis Williams, 523388.
Sorry, that's what I have. And so, Mr. Williams, before we get started, I want to acknowledge that we do have some guests today. In favor, we have your daughter, Jennifer Bateman, Wilburn Williams, your brother, and your sister-in-law, Linda Williams, and they're all on Zoom. We have here with us in Baton Rouge, representing the victim, we have Miss Sydney Williams and Mr. Hunter Morris, and we'll be hearing from those who wish to speak at the appropriate time. First of all, let me just read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Williams, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis, who is seated to my left because your case has been assigned to him this morning. So, Mr. Williams, you're classified as a second felony offender. You're currently serving a 20-year sentence. You were sentenced in Richland Parish in November 2010 for forcible rape. You do have a parole eligibility date, which is later this year on June the 5th. You don't earn good time, and your full term date is June 4th, 2029. Does all that information sound correct to you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Tillis.
Good morning, Williams. How are you?
Morning. How are you?
Good. Tell us, what did you do and why are you where you are now, please?
I raped a girl in 2006. The DA charged me with aggravated rape, but it amended to forcible rape on a plea deal.
Okay, you say you raped a girl?
Yes.
Okay. We have some people here that want to speak on your behalf. And that is, we'll go to Mr. Wilburn, your brother.
Yes.
Mr. Wilburn, can you hear us? Your phone is on mute.
Unmute. Oh, okay, I'm done. I think I'm on it now.
We can hear you now.
Okay. It's my wife's phone, so it's
Okay, tell us what you want us to know about your brother.
well, my brother, he's my youngest brother, and we are looking forward to him getting out so we can help him and he can help us. The skills that he has acquired in while he's been in jail, I think will benefit him and us and other people with his air conditioning refrigeration courses that he's taken and gotten certified. And my sister, his older sister, is living up on Horseshoe Lake, and it would really benefit her and him for him to move in with her because of her medical condition, and it'd give him living and driving and everything, and it would help her, and she could help him. And I've talked to my nieces and nephews and cousins, and they're all in support of him getting out. And I'm 75, and Dennis will be 73 pretty soon, and me, I'd like to have what years I have left, be with him and him help me and I'll help him. Okay.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Is his sister-in-law, is she there with you, Miss Linda? That's your wife?
Yes, how are you doing today?
Fine, how are you?
Pretty good.
Good, thank you.
I pray for Dennis and I hope everything goes fine for him. And I love the Lord, and I think he's been praying to the Lord and talking to the Lord, and it's all in the Lord's hands. That's and we hope that his life has changed and things will be better for him. And I pray for him, and I pray for the Lord to say what I need to say, and it's all in the Lord's hands.
Thank you so much.
And I thank y'all for doing what y'all are doing. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. We also have the victim who will speak at this time. Right. You okay? You want to take a minute? We can wait a minute. We can wait a minute. Okay.
My name is Sydney Williams. I'm 24 years old now. I'm almost 25. A long time from that scared little girl, but I still carry a lot of weight from something that happened so long ago. When you think of the word grandfather, you think of loving and caring and kindness, someone that would never hurt you, only someone who was supposed to give you the world, but that wasn't my case. He took mine. When I was asked a simple question in therapy so many times as a child, how did this affect you? The only thought in my head was to answer that back my question, how did it not affect you? Where would I even begin to start on how this affected me? As a child, I would scream to God, why me? I would go into the bathroom in elementary school and stare at my private parts, wondering if there's something wrong. I was the kid who ran into the bathroom to change into cheer uniforms away from my teammates because I didn't want anyone to see me. I was the kid that grown up stared at in sadness as I walked by when this became public. I was also the family member of relatives who never believed me because they couldn't handle the thought of this man doing something so horrific to me. I was the child who cried every single night, nightmares. That is just a glimpse into my childhood. There's one memory that sticks out to me the most. I was getting a rape kit done, and I remember so vividly being so scared. A lady asked me to remove my clothes, and I immediately went into hysterics. I had to lie on the table for someone else to touch me. I screamed and I screamed. They had to hold me down. My mother grabbed my hand and just held me, crying with me. And in that moment, I knew how broken I was. I never knew if I would ever get over that. The years went on, and terrible anxiety soon turned into anger. I had children of my own. Now this affects me more. I can't go into a grocery store, take my children shopping without looking over my shoulder. I think if a man looks at me too long or my daughter, then he's going to take us. The only man that I feel any type of safe with is my husband, and I rarely go anywhere without him. I'm so thankful for him. He's always so patient and caring with me of anything regarding this situation. But I can't kiss my husband that long without my skin crawling. I feel like I'm losing control. I can't hold his hand that long or hug him that long without having to back up. And this is just my body's way of coping with what happened to me. I'm very blessed with my husband and my two incredibly kind and beautiful children. I truly believe God gave me those three because he knew I needed them. As I finish this, I have a few more things to say. I didn't get an opportunity to get out of my prison early from him, so why does he deserve a chance to get out of his? Though he took so much from me, God gave me more. I won't allow what you did to me to define me. I'm much more than that. A friend, a daughter, a wife, and a mother, not his victim. My name is Sydney Williams, and I am a survivor. I did make it. That little girl was years ago, didn't have a voice because he tried to take that from me. But I do now, and I won't stop sharing my story. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I could hear that.
Gordon, can you tell us anything about Mr. Williams?
Yes, he's been at Wade since February the 28th of 2011. He's had one write-up during this period of incarceration. He just completed the reentry program in December of 25. He is currently a tier walker for inmates that are on suicide watch and different things. So he does that here at Wade. He does have a plan, if granted parole, to go live in Marouge with his sister and plan to seek employment in the HVAC field. But I mean, other than that, he's not a disciplinary inmate.
Thank you so much, Gordon. We appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Any of my colleagues have any questions? I do.
Did you take the sex offender treatment?
Yes, sir.
What did you learn from it?
All 4 phases.
Okay, what did you learn from it?
I learned to pay attention to the risk factors, especially that high risk situation, which is any situation you place yourself in or be placed in by others. We have access to a victim. I need to stay away from that high risk factor there. And that's number 7. And number 19 is poor impulse control. That's acting on your first thought or desire before thinking out what you're doing. And that's 2 of the main risk factors. But the other 27 risk factors, I've got them memorized. I know them. I use them. And the self-assessment risk scale for the offender is it helps the offender determine how dangerous he or she is at any given moment of the day or night. So I use that also, that I've got memorized.
Okay, I don't see a statement from you in your pre-parole, and you didn't say too much when you started. So, are you guilty of these offenses?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so did you all things that was alleged?
I figured that the overall guilty plea, of a forcible rape would cover that. That's why I didn't mention none of that other stuff, because I thought it would cover it.
Right. Well, we've read it, but I just wanted, I never did get to whether you said you were guilty or anything. Okay, I have no further questions, Ms. Renata.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I think we're ready to vote.
Yeah.
Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Williams, after going through your case and listening to you now, I mean, what really kind of got me now is that it seems like you didn't show any remorsefulness of what happened. And my vote's going to be today is to deny because of victim opposition.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur with Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Williams, my vote today also is to deny. We have very strong law enforcement opposition to an early release for you. So my vote today is to deny your parole. It's unanimous. Today your parole's been denied, sir. All right, we have, our next case is Mr. Jenkins. Good afternoon, Mr. Jenkins.
How you doing?
Good, thanks for asking. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
HARVEY JENKINS, 378804.
All right, thank you, sir. And let me acknowledge we have some guests here with us in Baton Rouge. We have the victim, Miss Patience, I'm sorry, and Miss Patience Coon and Andy Coon. And we'll hear from those who want to speak at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Jenkins, I'm gonna just let me read some identifying information into the record. You're classified as a third felony offender. You're currently serving a 50-year sentence. You were sentenced in Ouachita Parish in April 2007 for armed robbery. You have a parole eligibility date, which is June the 30th, 26, and you have a good time date, which is July 4th of 2055. Does all that sound right to you? That sounds correct.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your case this afternoon, Mr. Jenkins, has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Okay, Mr. Jenkins, first off, tell us, what did you do to get yourself put into this situation? A little bit about why you did it. And then what have you done since you've been in that would make us feel secure in granting you today?
How I got in this situation mostly was with my attitude of being full of anger, and every job that I had, by me not having a high school diploma or a GED, I was basically like let go. And so at that time, I was under a lot of pressure as a dad, a job and a means. And so I made a very crazy decision, And since I've been incarcerated, I've been really doing inventory of myself, getting myself together for once I get out, I'll be able to take care of my kids and my family the right way. That's why I got my GED and trades. And I went through anger management. So my family needs me right now. My sister, she's doing all she can by herself. But with me there, it'd probably be easier. It'd be a lot more easier, especially now that I'm equipped educational wise and trade wise. I could be able to help out.
Okay. All right. Warden, what do you have to tell us about Mr. Jenkins?
Mr. Jenkins came to Wade February of 23. He's only had one write-up in his total incarceration. He has completed the reentry program. That was back in 21. You were at
Excuse me, Warden, do we have the
Uh-huh.
correct person? He has 32 write-ups.
No. Oh, okay. Let me look. Let me make sure.
Oh, no, one of us is wrong.
Yeah, I got 32.
I
I'm
got 30.
wrong. I'm
Okay.
wrong.
Okay.
But his last one was October of 22. I'm sorry. Yes,
ma'am.
that's correct.
Okay.
He plans to live with his mother in West Monroe if granted parole, and work at Rogers Manufacturing in West Monroe. That was his plans. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Warden. Appreciate it.
Uh-huh.
Okay. We also have here Miss Patience Coon. Miss Coon, would you like to give us your statement, please, ma'am?
On March the 5th, 2004. I'm in the hospital. My mother-in-law was trying to take his birth. And I went to my car at 9 o'clock in the morning and I went to put Mom Bell in the back of my car. When I turned around, I was stabbed and then robbed. It altered my personality. It altered my life. That day, my son, Miles, was graduating from Louisiana Tech with an engineering degree. To this day, I cannot watch the video of him graduating because it his face so many minutes. During that time, I've had numerous health problems. I had a nervous breakdown. I can't walk the parking lot. The fear of what may come up behind me. I'm always very vigilant of everything that's going on. I had to change vehicles. I had to buy a new vehicle because every time I reached the door, all I could see was him. He robbed me, threw me to the ground, walked off and come back to me and told me he would not hurt me, but stay on the ground. So I did, till I seen he was completely out of sight. Two ladies come and picked me up and took me to the emergency room, or I would have died on the parking lot that day because I was bleeding so bad. So bad. I was bleeding so bad. It's changed me so many ways. I used to be the most outgoing person. But I don't see life as it was before. I see it as I have to be aware of everything around me, everybody around me. He just took away my personality. He took away from my children because I'm not the same person as you thought. Took away from my husband. I'm not the woman he married. And he was asked in court why he did it. He said just because she was there. Now that's not a reason to be stabbed. He stabbed me first. If he had asked for my money, I would have given it to him. But he didn't give me the opportunity to ask. He just stabbed me and left me there. When the detective went to Parish to get a sample of his DA, when he was to be released, the first thing he told the detective was, I didn't stab that lady. He knew what he had done. He thought he had left me to die. I'm begging you today, please don't release him. If he comes back to Western Road to live, I'll be in fear of my life. Because that's where it happened, on the parking lot of Denwood Hospital in Western Road. You know, I'm sorry he didn't have a high school education, but everybody that doesn't have a high school education doesn't go and kill somebody or stab somebody. So I'm asking the Lord, please let him serve his 50 years because that's what the judge gave him. The max he could give him was 50 years. He's only served 22 years of that. 22 years of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. Okay, Mr. Jenkins, you have contact with your children?
Yes, sir.
Is any particular reason none of your family's here today?
My sister, she has work, and my mom, her health's not that good, and neither one of my daughters could get off work.
Okay, so about how often are you speak with your family?
Mostly every day, sir.
Okay, good. Okay. So you had one prior supervision history, that one was revoked. All law enforcement is opposed. Judge had no comment. You have a pretty lengthy criminal history. Tell me something, you took a lot of classes. You got 505 days of good time. Tell me what was the best class you took and why?
The best class I took was anger management. And the reason I had to take that because I always let my anger get ahead of my thoughts, you know, and so when I act, I don't really do a lot of thinking. I just go with how I feel. And so I had to really get that under control. Even the beginning of my sentence, I let my anger really be who I am. So I had to fix that. And once I got to fix that, I was able to do an inventory of how I actually really got to where I'm at now. And so I started working on myself through my emotions. And that way I could make a positive thinking and more rational thinking than irrational.
Okay. All right. And you as I stated, you do have 32 disciplinaries. Your last was for contraband in 2022. What was that contraband? What did you have?
That was a striker, sir. It's like a lighter that doesn't work, but if you strike it with spark with a cotton, it'll light.
What were you doing with that?
I smoked cigarettes when I was on the street, so I would dry tobacco and smoke it.
Okay.
I would.
Okay. Well, at least you're totally honest. I appreciate that. I have no further questions.
I have no questions.
I have no questions.
Okay.
Ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Mr. Jenkins, you know, you've done 22 or 50 years, which is not even half yet. I think you're doing well, though. You're on the right track. You're doing well. You're taking your classes. You're obviously learning from them. But my vote today is going to be to deny because of the write-up hidden about a little bit over 3 years ago. And I think you need a longer period of write-up free and also law enforcement and victim opposition.
Mr. Tillman?
I concur with Mr. Freeman, and you are doing well. I hope you continue to move forward.
Mr. Jenkins, my vote is the same, really basically because of the conduct history. You've never really gone a sustained period of time without a write-up. It has been right over 3 years, but next time we see you, maybe you won't have a write-up in between now and then. But today, sorry, your parole's been denied. Good luck to you, sir. All right, good afternoon. Mr. King, would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is GLEN King. My DLC number is 344491.
Right, and you have some folks there with you today. You have your sister LaDonna Richardson, your uncle Larry Henderson, and another sister Erlene King, and they all want to speak for you. We'll ask them to do so in a few minutes. But and then we also have representing the victim. We have the victim's Daryl Short, who is a victim. So first, your case is assigned to me, so I'm just going to get started. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. King, you're classified as a third felony offender. You're currently serving a 40-year sentence. You were sentenced in Morehouse Parish in 2009 for manslaughter conviction. You have a parole eligibility date July 13 of this year and a good time date in January 2046. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were sentenced in 2009, but the actual crime happened in 2006. So how
Yes,
long you been in jail?
Gonna be 20 years.
20 years in July?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell us about what happened. Why are you in jail?
Me, my
Just calm down, just calm down. Take a deep breath and just explain to them what happened.
me, my we not blood brothers, but we was brothers. You know, we had some argument, something that we don't had so many times before that I never thought it'd come to one of us will have to lose our life behind a simple argument. And I just hated it, and I wish if it's so, I wish I could give my life for his, but I know I can't. But if I could, I'm sorry.
So you got in an argument with who?
Me and Frederick got in an argument, and Daryl and Antonio jumped in it, but
And
like I said,
Antonio's the one who was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Because your original arrest was for first-degree murder and 2 counts of attempted second-degree murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll have some questions for you in a minute. And I did mention you're a third felony offender, so your prior crimes in 94 was distribution of cocaine and 97 aggravated battery. And you were revoked on both of those periods of supervision. Let me, before I ask you some more questions and talk about your programs, let me ask Warden Ackland, what can you tell us about Mr. King?
Mr. King's been here at Wade since June of 2010. He's currently in the reentry program and will complete it in approximately 2 more weeks. He does have only one write-up, and that was in June of 22. He plans to live with his sister, in Bastrop if granted parole, and plans to work at a construction site in Bastrop also once completed. So he is not a disciplinary problem. He is currently working in our south kitchen. So that's it.
Thank you. All right, let's hear from your uncle, Larry Henderson. Mr. Henderson?
Yes. I'm his uncle, and I've been knowing him ever since he was born. And I've been on their side for all their life with their mama and stuff, and getting them in church and doing different stuff. I belong to New Jerusalem Baptist Church in Bastrop. I am a usher on the usher board. I am a
cleans up the church and everything, and all this, and then his mother belongs over there before she deceased, and his father belongs in New Jerusalem. So therefore, if he ever get out, I'm gonna try to get him in church and try to lead him the right way and everything.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Miss Arlene King.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, if he is granted parole, he will be staying with me. I have a 3-bedroom, just me, my husband, and my son. And we have a spare room. That's where Glenn will be. We also have 2 houses. I left one open just in case if he is granted parole. Once he get everything together, he can go live over there. My husband, he's a superintendent at REMCOR. It's a construction company. He couldn't be here today, but he's planning on hiring my brother with him, meaning whatever job he goes on, he'll go. And if he's not running the job, he can go with somebody else. And I'm just gonna be here for him for whatever he needs. I'm gonna try my best to keep him in line, keep him out of trouble, which is he's not a bad person, he's a good person. And since he been in here, he done been in so many programs. And I know he showed remorse for the thing, for what happened that night with Antonio. He didn't even talk to the victim, mom, dad, brother, sister. They cried together, they talked together. And his dad, the victim dad, also wanted to come, but they say he couldn't come to speak on Glenn's behalf. And he said, if y'all need anything from him, y'all can call him as well. But I mean, I kind of got everything kind of lined out for him to help him. With anything he need, I'm gonna be here for him. I've been here ever since he's been here, and I'm gonna continue to do the same. So if he is granted, he's gonna be well loved, got support from everybody. For me, for one, I know. So I mean, I just pray he is granted parole.
You. So, Miss LaDonna Richardson, please, we'd like to hear from you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm LaDonna. I'm the big sister. He's my big brother. If it's on y'all heart, I pray that he come home. He is a big role model. He was for me and my sister and them. And I want him to be the same for my kids and my grandkids. I know if he's granted, he's gonna do the best that he's gonna be the best. I just hope and pray that he's granted parole to come home. We need it. We lost a lot. He's been through a lot, and I know for a fact if he come home, it's gonna be great for us, all of us.
Great, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate all of you. And next we'll hear from Mr. Daryl Shorkey, who is a victim, and I guess brother to Antonio. Daryl, can we hear from you, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Good morning, good evening.
Afternoon. Go ahead, sir. What do you want us to know?
I mean, they very much said it all. That happened long time ago. I can't hold nothing against him.
So when you spoke to the victim assistance coordinator, Mr. Atkins, you did say that you're not opposed to early release for him. Is that correct?
I mean, no, I'm not. I can't. No, he done lost a lot.
And then you also told him that your mother Antonio's mother, wouldn't have been opposed either if she was still with you.
Right.
Thanks so much for sharing that.
Really appreciate
Really,
it.
we
Thank you.
appreciate it. That's not something we hear a lot. We also have a letter in the record, even though Mr. Frank Sharkey couldn't be here, who is Antonio's father. He sent a letter of support saying he's unopposed, said, you know, y'all all grew up together, and he said being opposed won't bring Antonio back. And he felt like Glenn having served 20 years was sufficient. So I really can't tell you all how much I appreciate you all sharing that with us. Thank you so much. We do have, in the record though, we do have opposition, Glenn, that's been expressed by the district attorney and law enforcement as well as the attorney general. And I do show in your record a little bit of history of violence. I was glad to hear the warden say you've only had one write-up in 20 years. That's awesome. I do see where you've done anger management, you've taken victim awareness. Did you get your GED while in jail?
No, ma'am.
Already had it? Yeah. And you've done living in balance, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Out of
ma'am.
all the programs that you've taken, including, I know you're enrolled in the reentry, whatever you've done so far. Out of all those programs, which one meant the most to you? What'd you get the most out of?
I say living in balance and victim awareness because it taught me about my triggers and what that you can to learn from when you're in a situation that you can be able to avoid a situation, even though you're wrong. Sometimes, I mean, even though you're right, sometimes you got to be wrong to keep you and the other person from getting hurt. And I learned that, living in balance.
Which is a substance abuse program, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna sit back and listen to my colleagues. You have any questions?
I don't have any questions.
I don't have any.
All right, Mr. King, we don't have any, the record is pretty sufficient, and after hearing from Daryl and your sisters and reading what Mr. Frank had to say, looking at your prison record, I think you've done a good job. I'm ready to vote. My vote today would be to grant you parole.
Thank you.
Mr. Frank.
Thank you very much.
It's the same. No victim opposition. They one write-up.
Thank you.
I concur with Ms. Renata.
All right, your parole's been granted today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and we have Mr. GRYDER. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell us your name and DOC numbers for the record?
My name is Ricky GRYDER. My number is 267646.
Yes, sir, Mr. GRYDER. And let me acknowledge we have some folks joining us today representing the victims. We have Ms. Mary Lewis and Ms. Susanna Craig, and we'll be hearing from Ms. Craig at the appropriate time. They're on Zoom with us. Your case was assigned to me, so we'll just get started. Let me just read the identifying information into the record, sir. You're classified as a first felony offender, currently serving 80-year sentence. You were sentenced in Webster Parish, April of 2005, 2 counts of manslaughter. Your parole eligibility was April 11th, 2024, and you have a good time date in 2070. Is that information correct?
Is that information? Did you understand? She said you're
2004. I don't understand that.
that was 2024. That's your PED date. That's your parole eligibility date. And then your good time date is 10/27/2070. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Warden, for helping out with that.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
so Mr. GRYDER, how long you been in jail?
I've been locked up almost 23 years.
And tell us what happened to get you locked up almost 23 years. What did you do? Just summarize it for us.
When I pulled into Carol's driveway, Mr. York was already there. She was out there talking to him, and she had her arm stretched out. And when I pulled in, it looked like he tried to slap her. And I jumped out of my truck. I run up there. She run to the house, and I hit him. And he said, "You son of a bitch, I'll get my gun." And I run back to the truck and got mine, and I come back. He was sitting there holding a pistol, and I shot him 3 times. Then I went over to Carol to see what was wrong with her, and she looked up, seen the rifle, and said, "No, no, no," and grabbed the rifle, and we started wrestling over it, and it went off and shot her in the head, killed her.
How many times the gun went off?
Ma'am?
How many times you shoot her?
How many times?
Oh, I didn't shoot her. It just went, the gun went off and shot her.
He was shot several times in the head. Do you disagree with that? That's what the record says.
The record says she was shot several times in the head. Do you disagree with that?
Oh, yeah, I disagree with that. 1 shot.
All right, so you've been in jail 22 years, about 22 years. And I noticed that you lacking some programs. Why is that?
Well, that's all they put me on. I only had three programs.
Yes, you had anger management, victim awareness, and living in balance. And those, you had the anger management in 2022, and then you had the other 2 were in 2023. Have you ever asked to be placed in any other programming?
No, ma'am.
Why not? You don't think you could benefit from some rehabilitative programming to try to figure out why you did what you did?
Well, I did what I did out of self-defense. I was scared. I was scared the man's gonna shoot me.
You have a history of alcohol abuse. Were you intoxicated that day?
No, ma'am.
What did you get out of victim awareness when you took that and completed it rather in 2023? Anything at all?
Nothing but what I already knew. I already knew everything that they taught in with victim awareness.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, let me ask Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. GRYDER?
Mr. Gryder's been here at Wade since February of 07. He's had a total of 11 write-ups, with the last one being June the 26th of I think it was 18 for a fighting. He plans on living, if granted parole, in Shongaloo with your cousin. Is that correct?
Right.
And drawing Social Security. Did you go through pre-release? I think
No,
no.
not yet.
Okay. I know that there's probably some more programs he needs to complete, but that's all he's completed at this time.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's hear from Miss Susanna Craig. Miss Craig, what would you like us to know?
Hi.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak today in opposition. My name is Suzanne. I'm Tom York's daughter. One of Ricky's victims. I'm here today to oppose the release of Ricky GRYDER. I attended in October the hearing, I guess it was for clemency. And this was the first time I'd ever faced him or seen him. I listened to his accounts of that night, and I didn't hear 1 ounce of remorse. I didn't hear that he has been working on himself to change himself. The comment of self-defense, there was not a gun found on my daddy. My daddy was in his truck. He was shot through the truck door. My dad pulled up after Mr. GRYDER was there. And I was also told Mr. GRYDER was drinking beer that night at Carol's place of employment and was asked to leave because of his anger problem. I don't believe that in 22 years, this happened in 04, that he has changed. I mean, you cannot change a killer mentality, even with age. And seeing that he has not sought help or taken classes, I do believe that he should not be granted parole. Just a second. I think he needs to stay right where he is. I don't think he needs clemency, pardon, or parole. Thank you.
And thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. So, Mr. GRYDER, is there anything else you'd like to add for the record?
I can't think of nothing.
Any questions?
No.
I don't have any other questions either, Mr. GRYDER. I agree with what Ms. Craig said, is that I don't see any remorse whatsoever. Your description of what happened that night differs greatly than what we have in our record. I'm disappointed that after 22 years, you haven't had more programming. So I'm prepared to vote. My vote today, Mr. GRYDER, is going to be to deny you parole. There is opposition by the district attorney, law enforcement, and the attorney general's office, as well as members of the victim's family. Mr. Freeman?
I agree. You're not being truthful. You killed two different people, law enforcement and victim opposition.
Mr. Phillips.
My vote is to deny also, but I would suggest that you get some more classes while you're incarcerated.
Yeah, so today, Mr. Gryder, your parole's been denied, sir.
Thank
Gordon,
you.
that concludes our business. We're going to sign off. It is 12:47. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.